Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Wednesday of racing action here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post is coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. Welcome to day number 22 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Wednesday of action set to go in just 33 minutes. The birds are ready. I'm ready, and hopefully you're ready. The main track fast. The turf is good. The rail out at 22 feet for today's racing card. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 is clear. Race 1, no changes in the first. We start the early pick 5, no changes in the first race. Also, no changes race 2. Race 2 is clear as well. Race 2 starts the early pick 4, no changes in the second. Race 3, we have a jockey overweight for the number 1, St. Louis Louis, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the number 1, St. Louis Louis. Our first scratches of the card are in race 4. Turning your programs to race 4, scratch number 1, develop product. Number 1, develop product is scratched. Also scratch the 6, Midnight Tequila. Scratch 1 and 6 out of today's fourth race. Race 4 starts the ultimate 6, $3,599 of the jackpot carryover. Race 5 starts the late pick 5. It'll be over that good Tampa turf. Take note, number 3, Mr. Business, is a gelding. Number 3 is a gelding. Scratch all of the also eligible runners, 11, 12, 13, and 14. 11 on down, all scratched out of today's fifth race. Scratch 11, 12, 13, and 14. The also eligibles are out of the fifth. Race number 6 starts the late pick 4. There's no changes in the 6, no changes in race 6. Race 7, scratch number 11, High Ransom. Race 7, scratch the 11. The also eligible runner, number 11, High Ransom, is out of the 7th race. 8th race, a jockey change on the number 7, Questionable Decisions. Make the rider Daniel Centeno. Daniel Centeno rides the number 7, Questionable Decisions, in today's 8th race. 9th and final, it's a turf sprint this afternoon. Jockey overweight number 1, True Spun, is 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 1. And scratch number 11, Collected Dreams. Number 11, Collected Dreams, is scratched out of today's 9th and final. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Those will be scrolling along the bottom of your television monitors throughout the afternoon if you missed anything. If there are late changes, we will bring you up to date with those as soon as we get them. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, comes up in about 15 minutes' time. Ren will have analysis and selections between races for all 9 of today's races. Just a reminder, Saturday, Skyway Festival Day, we'll have the Pasco, the Gasparilla, and the Wayward Last Stakes part of a great Saturday card. Entries being drawn right now, well, sometime today, and we'll be out later this afternoon for the big Saturday Skyway Festival card. We hope you'll join us on track for what should be a very fun Saturday as our road to the Tampa Bay Derby continues this Saturday. But first up is a Wednesday, and it's a sunny, nice Wednesday at that. And we wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. We've got a great 9-race card ahead of us. Race 1's going to kick off that early pick 5, and it is with a 5K claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have not won a race since July 7th. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 3, Strand of Gold, is in here for Carlos Narvaez. She was in the December 20th race that a lot of others in here exit. She finished 4th ultimately after breaking last, and that was due to slightly jumping from the gate slowly, and then Josiah stumbled out in front of her. But this is a mare who had been running against open 20s and 10s on the synthetic and turf, so she definitely got attention here on that drop in for 5NY. Her other recent dirt start, that was an optional 20, starter 12 at Gulfstream, going 6.5 furlongs. But yeah, after the bad start she had here, she was trailing well behind the field, and later she made a big move into a really slow pace, went wide off the turn, still had some kick, and it makes you wonder what she might have done had that start not been so bad. I think she would have been sitting right off that slow pace, and that kick would have possibly led to a win for her. As it was, she just had way too much to do. Now, another chance here for the number 5, that Shabam. She has had 2 starts here this meet, both at this level. First was just at 7 furlongs off a layoff, then the 8.5 furlong contest, others in here exit. And that afternoon, she did show some gate speed. She drew over, sat off the pace on the inside, but I think sticking to the rail like that might have frustrated her a bit, especially with the pace in front of her being so slow. Meanwhile, Josiah, who's in post 2 today with Marin jumping off Shabam to ride her, again, she had stumbled out of the gate, which is why she wasn't quite on top of the pace as she's been the start prior, as she was also in that December 5th race at one turn where she pressed from the outside post, had some traffic troubles, and crossed the wire back in 8th. Now, in the last start, Josiah just stayed to the outside, had clear run into stretch, got the lead for a beat, but Sing Scat had more in the tank to push on for the win. My concern with Josiah in this spot as a win candidate is that I think Shabam is capable of either getting the jump on her or pressing her out. We'll see. Shabam might have lost Sammy Marin, but she is getting Sammy Camacho. So I'm going to go 3-5-2 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses out of the track post parading for today's first race, a $5,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and up, they'll be at 1 mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. Field of 7 set to go here. No scratches or changes in the first. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3, have a super high 5, and we start the early pick 5. Early pick 5 post time coming up in 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 2 minutes. That pool now over $44,000. Still got 2 minutes to get involved. The race 1 in 2 minutes. The horses now making their way toward the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first of 9 here on a Wednesday. So we get set to kick off day number 22 of the season here at Tampa Bay Downs. Once an Eagle, the first to move up. Your 4 to 5 favorite here, Josiah, in post 2. 5 to 2 right outside of that one, Strand of Gold, and 5 to 1 for the 5, Shabam. Those are your top 3 in the wagering here as Josiah's moved forward. Strand of Gold in. Here's EM's Treasure Girl, Anthony Rodriguez for Enrique Hernandez. Shabam, Sammy Camacho for Jan Arnett and the Danny Stafford Red and White. Final 2 going to be Ruxton Rocks, Martina Rojas, and One Violent Affair. Cecily Evans to the outside, ready to kick off a Wednesday card. Fast main track, a good turf course. Overcast but pleasant skies. So we get set for day number 22 of the season. Best of luck out there to all the horse players. They're in the gate. And the race is on, and Strand of Gold missed the start, came away a few lengths behind. Good start from the outside. One Violent Affair goes right out to the front. Josiah, the favorite, was away in good order. Shabam is moving up in the red colors between horses as they go into that first turn. One Violent Affair able to cross over all the way from the outside down toward the rail and leads it by 3/4 of a length to Shabam in the second position. Down along the fence, Once an Eagle. Josiah's out in good order, a joint third now, just 2.5, 3 off the top. Strand of Gold, after the slow beginning, is rushing up on the outside into the 5th position. Then comes EM's EM's Treasure Girl, Ruxin Rocks, those two at the back. And they're about 9 lengths off these tearaway leaders up front. One Violent Affair and Shabam up to pressure that one. After a 24.62 second opening quarter, they've put 4.5 lengths on Josiah, who's now all alone in third. Strand of Gold fourth. 2 more back to EM's Treasure Girl, who moves up alongside of Once an Eagle. And Ruxton Rocks is at the back. So they have a half mile left to go, and on the front end, One Violent Affair, Shabam hounding that one for much of the backstretch journey. An even 48 seconds for the opening half mile. Josiah is just waiting in the wings as these top two do battle. It's 2.5 more then back to Strand of Gold, who had that poor beginning. Is still going to have to make up 5 in the final 5/16. One Violent Affair now putting a half length on Shabam. Josiah within 2.5 as they come to the quarter pole. It's still One Violent Affair there. One Violent Affair bumps the lead out to 2.5. Josiah now gets a reminder on the outside to go after this long-time leader. In behind them, Shabam, Strand of Gold to the outside. One Violent Affair trying to make just over another furlong. Josiah has the length of the stretch to try to push on by. Still 2 lengths behind, though. It's One Violent Affair leading him to the 16th pole. The lead is still just over 2. Josiah not making up any ground just yet. It's still One Violent Affair there. One Violent Affair, Josiah. One Violent Affair, a 10-1 winner. Josiah was second. Strand of Gold third. Fourth might have been Once an Eagle getting up over Shabam. It is a photo there for fourth. Seven, two, three, 1, and 5. 7, 2, 3, 1, and 5. The unofficial order. 142.19 is the final time. One Violent Affair, 10-1, right at that morning line. Victorious here in today's opener. Results are official. $23.80 on the win. As One Violent Affair, Kathleen O'Connell barn, after a big week last week, starts this week off with a win. 6-year-old chestnut mare by Violence out of Orient Harbor was bred in Kentucky by Timbertown Stable. Kathleen O'Connell owns the horse along with Dennis Holman. Kathleen trains, and Cecily Evans aboard for the winning ride. One Violent Affair, a front-end victory here in today's opener. Prices on the tote board and television monitor. Your exact to $31.40. Trifecta $49.35. The dime super 66.48. The dollar high 5 returns $1,481.70. Today's second race in 21 minutes. Race number 2 starts the early pick 4. It's an allowance optional claiming group. 100,000 the optional claiming tag. 6 furlongs the distance. No scratches or changes post time for the second in 21 minutes.
Race 2 is going to kick off the early pick fours for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 3 races, other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 4 races, or an optional claiming price of $100,000. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Win and You're In, is in here for Carlos David. Camacho rides. She's exiting a 4th place finish, beating 3 1/4 lengths in the Sugar Swirl Stakes at Gulfstream. The winner there was Miss Bucaro, who was already a multiple stakes winner, and she beat her in that optional 62 in October there as well. Runner-up, Nick Style, a multiple stakes winner as well. She actually won 4 consecutive stakes races. Among them are City of Ocala and Minaret, ahead of the Grade 3 Hurricane Birdie. She was in the Sugar Swirl off a 4th place finish to weigh the risks in the Pumpkin Pie at Aqueduct, making a first off a long layoff. Now in 3rd was Mystic Lake. That's another multiple stakes winner, a multiple graded stakes winner at that. She actually won 4 stakes in a row ahead of that 3rd place finish off the bench in the Sugar Swirl as the post-time favorite. She won our 2024 Gasparilla and Sophomore Stakes also, and that was before going on to later pick up that graded black type. So that's who this girl was up against, and she's actually run here at Tampa herself. She won our 2025 Sophomore Fillies by 7 dominant lengths back in March after having run 3rd in the Gasparilla. So yeah, this looks like a good spot for her. Not that it's going to be a cakewalk though. The number 4, Poema, is in here for Jose Castro, and off the bench 6.5 length score here, going 7 furlongs over an optional 32 and 2X field. The runner-up was You Light Up My Life, who next ran a good second at the level again, stretched out and earned an 85 buyer figure. Poema, she digs this track. She's actually earned her career best figure here, getting beat just ahead after setting the pace in a 50 handicap back in the spring of 2024, and that was off a solid effort in our Minaret Stakes after a bad start, so respect. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 1, that is Immortal Love. She's going to be making a second off the layoff, and at this level, after running a solid 3rd last out, beaten just a length and 3/4 by Factor Bella. Summer's Coming was a half length the better in second, and this was after Immortal Love tired off the front. But hey, she hadn't run since October, and she hadn't been on dirt since March. She pressed to get the lead, and so I think she can move up big time, second off the bench and with the benefit of the rail. So I'm going to go 2-4-1 in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
Onto the track, post-parade for today's second race, a $100,000 allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over that fast main track. Field of 6 set to go. No scratches or jockey changes here in race 2. We offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. The pick 3s keep rolling, and we start that early pick 4 post time in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, 2 minutes away, 2 minutes to post. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's second race field, 1 minute away. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second start of the early pick four. Field 6 here at the 6 furlong distance. Your 7-5 favorite, number 4. Poema, 5-2 on numbers 2 and 5, your co-second choices. Here's Winning You're In moving up, one of those 5-2 runners. It's Good to Be Jose to gate 3. 10-1 price right now. We had a 10-1 winner in the opener. Here's Poema. Factor Bella and Summer's Coming going to be the final pair. We'll be all set for a start. Today's early pick 4 on a Wednesday. Here's Factor Bella, Sonny Leone for Tony Wilson. And Summer's Coming, Pablo Morales for Mike Deeney to the outside. Summer's Coming, going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Poema missed the start, came away about 3 lengths behind. Good start for Immortal Love down toward the inside. Factor Bella away in good order. It's Good to Be Jose between horses and driving through down at the fence. Winning You're In. He's coming all the way up to challenge Immortal Love as 4 of them line up just in behind. The long shot Immortal Love up top. Poema after the slow break is the trailer, but just 3.5, 4 lengths front to back. As Immortal Love, pressure now from Summers Coming on the outside. Those two a length and a half in front of the team of Winning You're In on the inside of It's Good to Be Jose. Another length and a half back to Factor Bella. Poema is still last. 22.45 seconds, the opening quarter mile time. It's Immortal Love by the 3/8 pole. The lead is almost a length. Summers Coming now, closing in a little bit, draws to within a neck. On the outside, Winning You're In stays glued to the fence in third. It's Good to Be Jose, scrubbed upon in the 4th spot, 3.5 or 4 adrift. Then comes Factor Bella. Poema going to take the inside route, try to save ground after that bad beginning. To the top of the lane they come. Immortal Love with pressure from the outside. Winning You're In tips to the 2 path. Summers Coming back to third on the outside. 2 more then to Factor Bella, and It's Good to Be Jose. Winning You're In hits the front. Sammy Camacho and Winning You're In to the 16th pole. Now 2.5 in front of Summers Coming, who's up to second. Win and You're In is a winner, 8-5. Second choice won it by 2.5 in the end. Summers Coming was second, third. Factor Bella fourth. It's Good to Be Jose. 2-6-5-3-1. 2-6-5-3-1, the unofficial order. 109.76 seconds, the final time. Win and you're in. Does just that. Wins, and we'll be in the winner's circle here in a few seconds. Win and you're in. A 4-year-old dark Bayer Brown filly by Win 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 out of Hello Rosie. It's bred right here in beautiful Florida by Marion Montanari. Wendell Yates, Troy Johnson, and Maritza Weston are the winning owners. Carlos David, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. Win and you're in. Victorious in today's second is your second choice. The exacta 1580 trifecta $15.75. The dime super $11.67. The early double $72.40. Race 3 is in 22 minutes at 1:18 p.m. Today's third race coming up next. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 1, St. Louis Louis, 1 pound over. Post time for the third coming up in 21 minutes.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick four. It's a 10 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at 1 mile 40 yards on the main track. Looks like we could see a merry-go-round situation here. The 4, the best distance, looks like he's just going to get the lead here as he did in 2 of his 3 starts and wire. Now, the 2 races in which he prevailed, the last one by 10 lengths, he was in for 8. He did tire to 4th in that 10 claimer between those 2 starts. However, he had the outside post that day, which is hard enough as they break and go right into the turn at this distance. But more to the point, he stumbled out of the gate pretty significantly. And why it doesn't say that in the comment line, I don't know. So he had to get rebalanced, and then he was not able to establish the front before going into the turn, so there was ground loss. I think here he just goes right for the lead, takes them all the way, especially with the apprentice weight allowance again. The number 1, St. Louis just chases after, making that second off the layoff and with the rail. He rated behind the pace last out in that first off the bench in a 62.50 before making a move at the half and taking them the rest of the way for a length score in the end there over Action Seeker and Hari. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 5. That is Mission Mike for Stephen Cahill, and Centeno was well beaten last out in against the best distance, but he had the rail, was later trying to roll wide around the turn, flattened out. So going to go benefit of the doubt that he can do better than that, as he'd been closer to the pace and finished in the money in the prior 2 starts. So I'm going to go 4-1-5 in race 3, which again starts our next pick 4.
The horses stepping out of the track post parading for today's third race, a $10,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1.40 miles on the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes here in this field of 7. The number 1 is plus £1, plus 1 on the 1. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3, we have a super high 5, and we start the middle pick 4, post time in 7 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate, today's third race field. The middle pick 4 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Start of the middle pick 4 here on this Wednesday card. Field of 7 set to go. The heavy favorite here, number 4, the best distance at 1-2. St. Louis was a winner last time out, looking to make it 2 in a row. Here's Fort Charles. Sammy Camacho looking for a race-to-race double. Hari in the Anthony Ferraro colors. Cesar Gonzalez on board to gate 3 as Fort Charles now loads in. Here's the best distance. It was a big 10-length winner last time out. Mission Mike, Action Seeker, and Crypto Man going to be the final 3. Will be all set for a start. Today's middle pick 4. Race 3 on a Wednesday. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way, 1 mile and 40 yards. Crypto Man, Jose Batista to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. The best distance, the favorite goes right to the front. Some pressure from the outside. Action Seeker going to try to go up with that one early on. It's down toward the rail. St. Louis was away in good order. Mission Mike and a 3-deep Crypto Man as they run to that turn. The best distance gets to the turn in front. By the 7/8 pole, it's the best distance. A length and a quarter to the good of Action Seeker in second. St. Louis down to the fence third, 2.5 behind. It's another 2.5 then back to Mission Mike, who races in fourth. Crypto Man 3 or 4 deep in the 5th spot in the orange colors. 2.5 more to Hari. And at the back is Fort Charles as they start that backstretch run. 23.46 seconds for the best distance. Bet down to 1-5 off that big win last time out. And freewheeling up top here leads it by almost 2 to Action Seeker in second. St. Louis. Alonzo Quinones switches that one toward the outside paths now to get off the rail. It's 3 more lengths, then back to a lineup of 4 at the back. Fort Charles, Hari, Mission Mike, and out wide Crypto Man. To the far turn they run. The best distance, 47.01 seconds for the opening half mile. Goes to that far turn. The lead's a length and 3/4. Action Seeker pushed along. St. Louis starting to come alive on the outside. Now comes up to put ahead into the second spot and try to come after this leader. 2 more then to Fort Charles, who's 4th to the inside. The best distance arrives at the 5/16. The lead's a length. Pushed along. St. Louis trying to come after this longtime leader. Meanwhile, Fort Charles continues to make steady progress down toward the inside. Mission Mike's also trying to lift. The best distance arrives at the top of the stretch. Now bumps the lead out to 2. To St. Louis in second. Fort Charles in behind that. Mission Mike down the outside. The best distance once again opening up here throughout the lane. The best distance. Ronaldo Rodriguez in front by 5. Second, St. Louis. The best distance goes on to win again, this time by 5.5, 6 in the end. St. Louis was second. Third ended up close. I think Fort Charles held off a charge from Mission Mike. 4, 1, 2, 5, and 6. Final time 140.38 seconds. Results are official. 260 on the win for the best distance. The best distance, an 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Distorted Humor out of Voyelle, was bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrich III and John Fielding. Juan Arriagada, the winning owner and trainer, and Ronaldo Rodriguez aboard for that gate-to-wire score. The best distance makes it 2 in a row. Scores impressively here in today's third. The exact $4.80, trifecta $7.35, the dime super $6.12. Daily double $4.40, the pick 340 $3.45. The high five $179.10. Race 4 starts the Ultimate 6. It's coming up next in just 21 minutes at 1:47 p.m. Scratch 1 and 6. 1 and 6 are scratched. Field of 5 remain in. Do take note with those scratches, no super high 5 wagering in the upcoming 4th. Post time for the 4th in 21 minutes. Fans, for joining us on track, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs logoed merchandise, gifts, apparel, and more. Tampa Bay Downs gift shops, one of the best gift shops in horse racing. You'll find it downstairs on the first floor. We did have a claim there. The winner was claimed, and a three-way shake goes to Pater Pop Racing. Trainer Michael Simone. Michael Simone claims the winner, number 4.
Race 4 is going to kick off the Ultimate Six, and it's with a 16 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track, and the number 7 Arrogancy, he is making a second off the layoff for Kathleen O'Connell, whose barn is back in swing. Now, this boy hadn't run since August. That's when he ran 4th, beaten 9 last out in that 25 N3L. The last start he'd had prior to that, which was also off a bit of a freshener, he was beaten double digits in last, but that was a 25 beaten claimer in the slop at Gulfstream. The winner was Zydeco, who had, back in the day, won our Pasco and sophomore stakes, later ran 3rd in our sprint. The 3rd place runner was Big Paradise. That's also a stakes winner. And he next put up an 87 Beyer, scoring at that 25 beaten level by 4 1/4 lengths. Prior to that start, Arrogancy was just overmatched in an optional 25 N1X. So you got to think, second off the bench and a straight up 16 claimer for non-winners of 3, he can justify the favoritism. The number 3, Alaric, he's been in with Arrogancy before. It was actually his first stateside start in a beaten 25 at Gulfstream back in May. He finished last, being 7 3/4 lengths. Arrogancy had run second, but yeah, Alaric, he had a bad start, and again, it was just his first race after being imported, so he was also making a first off a layoff. He then dropped in for 17.5 on the synthetic, and he stumbled at the start. He then got beat just ahead in a beaten 8 going 6 furlongs, and the winner there was Secret Empire, who then got beat just a length in an optional 20 starter 12, put up an 83 Beyer, and then he won a 25 starter allowance N1X, earning an 88. Came to Tampa and won that optional 16 N1X on opening day, and most recently ran second in an optional 12 starter 8 here. So good company. Now, there was also a next out winner from the race. The 3rd place runner next scored at the beaten 8 level, earning a 74. Alaric, meanwhile, he took some time off. He came back in November to run 6 beaten 9 3/4 lengths in that 25 beaten claimer, but not before showing willingness to compete. The winner next got the Shoto beaten 3 1/4 by Tapan Street in an optional 62. And that's good context, right? And the horse earned an 84 Beyer. So second off the bench and on this drop-in class, I think he could be tough. The number 4 is in for Tony Wilson. Ran a game 3rd after setting the pace, dropped into a 16 N3L for the first time. He did get reeled in there to lose by a length of 3/4 in the end, 3/4 of a length back of Metaphor, but that was going 6 1/2 furlongs. I think cut back to 6 while staying at the level he could dig in for a piece. The first off the layoff, that was in a 25 N3L. He hadn't run since August. That's when he ran 3rd in a beaten 40 at Monmouth. So again, 16 should be class relief enough. Just needs a shorter race for the playing field to be level enough. So I'm going to go 7-3-4 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's fourth race. We start the Ultimate Six in here, $3,599 in the jackpot carryover. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the jackpot. It starts here in race 4. Scratch 1 and 6, so we have a field of 5 set to go the 6 furlongs here. These are $16,000 claimers. Daily Double, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagering available along with Pick 3 and the Ultimate 6. Post time for the 4th in 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, 2 minutes away. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race field, 1 minute out. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth start of the Ultimate Six. Field of 5 here at the 6 furlong distance. Your favorite to the outside, number 7, Arrogancy at 9-5. 5-2 on numbers 3 and 5. 3-1 on the 4. Gone with us. And the outsider for the betting, number 2, Mandello, right at that 12-1 morning line. Mandello going to be the first to move in. Here's Alaric. Alaric to the third stall. God with us. Metaphor going to be the next 2. And Arrogancy will be the final one to join as we get set to kick off the Ultimate Six here on a Wednesday. Metaphor, Cesar Gonzalez to gate 5. Arrogancy and Sonny Leone going to complete the line. Here's Arrogancy to the outside draw. Going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Arrogancy broke sharp from that outside draw. God with us, flashing some early foot. Metaphor in the green colors was away in good order. And Alaric and those 4 are going to line up right here on the front end. Those 4 go about 4.5 in front of Mandello, the long shot, who is the early trailer. But they are stacked across as they go through that first furlong and change. Between horses there, it's Metaphor. Also God with us in the 2 path. Down along the fence, Alaric, and out wide is Arrogancy, who's going to be 4 deep as they run toward that turn. It's about 5 more still back to Mandello as the 4-way battle's down to 3. Alaric has dropped off the pace. God with us down on the inside. Metaphor between horses. Arrogancy out 3 deep. Alaric takes back. Now going to swing toward the outside from 4th. Still 5 or 6 more back to Mandello. This 3-prong battle continues. Arrogancy out wide. Between horses, Metaphor. God with us holds lost the rail position as they come to the top of the lane. Alarique's 2.5 lengths back as Arrogancy tries to put some distance between himself and the field. Now a half length in front. Metaphor down to the inside. God with us. Alarique going to look for a seam there about 3 paths wide as they come into the lane with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Arrogancy working hard to maintain that lead. It's Arrogancy to the 16th pole. Metaphor. Now here's Alarique stretching those legs on the outside. Arrogancy. Here's Alarique surging on the outside. Arrogancy. Alarique. They hit the wire. Arrogancy held on. Alarique was second. Metaphor third. God with us fourth. Seven, 3, 5, 4, and 2. 2-1 co-favorite here, Arrogancy. Arrogancy to the winner's circle, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Maximus Mischief out of Di Maria. Bred in Florida by Carlos Munoz. Bruce Gans, the winning owner. Kathleen O'Connell, a training double. And Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride. Arrogancy victorious here in today's fourth race to kick off the Ultimate Six. Co-favorite on the board. Prices on your television monitors, that exact $8.30. The trifecta, $12.25. Dime Super, $3.47. The Daily Double, $6. Pick 3, $6.35. Today's fifth race is coming up next in 23 minutes. We're on the turf course for the first time this week. Mile and a 16th on the turf, the rail at 22 feet. Turf listed is good. Scratch the also eligible runners. 11 through 14 are all scratched. Do take note the number 3, Mr. Business, should be listed as a gelding. Post time for today's fifth, late pick 5 in 22 minutes.
Race 5 is going to kick off the late pick 5 with the main 16 for 4-year-olds and upset at a mile and 16th on the turf. The number 8 is in for Kathleen DeMasi, making a third career start. The first was a New Jersey bred maiden special weight, going just 5 furlongs at the Meadowlands. Ran 6, but the beaten lengths were 3 3/4. And this was after a bad start as well. And so I thought he deserved to look last out. Dropped in for 16 here, stretched to a mile and a 16th, but that was an odd race from the jump. First of all, when he broke, he tried to draw over, but the horse who was inside was impeding that action. They kept leaning on each other. And then it looked like he did have some run, but he was being restrained back, which I kind of get. I mean, that opening quarter for the level was pretty peppy. But then he somehow got shuffled back, far back, like 9 or more lengths, but he still had some run, just was on the inside. And not that it would have necessarily made an in-the-money difference, but I do think he could have looked better than that 15 3/4 lengths had he had some room. Blinkers go on for start 3. I think with a better jump, he is a win contender. The number 9, Al Rasikh, was also in that race for Carrasco. He had a bad go of it as well. Bump, checked, it looked like not long out of the gate, inside trip, and that was the first off a layoff going back to September. This boy had been putting up solid figures against main 25 competition earlier in the year, had actually put together a string of runner-up finishes at Delaware Park, and he actually had a nice show-do performance against main special weight company at Churchill in start 2 of his career, which is back in 2024. So bottom line, looks like he has excuses for that last out. He's now making a second off the layoff, and so with a better go of it, I do think he could justify a short price. The number 3, Mr. Business. He dropped in out of main special weight company for the first time in that August 16th main 17.5, in which Flag Officer ran second. He showed some early foot from a really wide draw, so there was ground loss as he tried to contend for position. I think that took some of the starch out, and he ultimately finished 7th, beaten 6 1/4. While Flag Officer, who is a horse I would use on the ticket as he was greatly hampered at the start of that last race, he had finished second in that Gulfstream Park race. Prior to that, Mr. Business, he was just outmatched against main special weight company at Colonial. He was headstrong, pressing the pace that day, even though it was slow. Race before that, really good show-do finish at Gulfstream against main special weights. And take in mind, he has run here before. He was 6th, but not embarrassed. And that field included a Chad Brown runner who recently got beat just 2 3/4 lengths in the grade 3 hill print. So Mr. Business is now in here fresh, making a first start for a new barn with Manessa staying up. And that will make it 8-9-3 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 5.
The horses coming out of the track post sprinting for today's fifth race, $16,000 maiden claiming event. For 4-year-olds and upward, they'll be a mile and a 16th on turf. The turf listed is good, the rail at 22 feet. Field of 10 set to go. Scratch all of the also eligible runners. 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all scratched. Number 3, Mr. Business, should be listed as a gelding. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. Offers super high 5. We start the late pick 5. That pool getting close to $40,000. You still got over 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fifth race, 2 minutes away. The horses are making their way onto the turf course. 2 minutes to post. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. Late pick 5 pool now over $55,000. Still got 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth. Started late pick 5, 70,000 plus in that pool. Still got a few minutes to get involved. Virgin Island Nice and So-So the first 2 of 10 to join this mile and a 16th starting line. 3-1 slight favorite number 9 Al Rashik, 7-2 on the 6 So-So, 4-1 on the 4 Flag Officer, and 5-1 on numbers 2 and 3. Silver Punch has gone in. Here's Mr. Business in the all pink colors. Metal Church out to gate 8. Right now 12-1 for Metal Church, right at that morning line. Kate Demasi and Sonny Leone teaming up. Sonny just won the last race. Mr. Business coming up. And Mr. Business backing away once again. He's a little bit perspirated going into the gate. Now goes forward. Here's Flag Officer moving up. Al Rashik to gate 9. The final pair are going to be Speaker's Lobby and Blue Sky Sill. Will be all set for a start. Late pick 5 time. 120,000 now in that pool. And a few more clicks to go. Blue Sky Sill to the outside to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. So-So acting up in post 6 there. Settles down. And the race is on. Bit of an outward break there for Flag Officers. Things got tight for Speaker's Lobby. Good start for Mr. Business. The pink color sprints out for the early advantage. Holloway is right there with Metal Church, and down to the inside, Virgin Island Nice. Those are the top ones as Mr. Business leads him into the stretch. Virgin Island Nice cuts the corner now to be second. Holloway is third. Like the half more to Metal Church. Then comes Silver Punch down to the inside, fifth. Break of 2 more back to Al Rashik, who's out in the 6th spot in the blue colors. Going to be too deep as they go to that turn. Then comes Speaker's Lobby in behind that. So-and-so with 2 beat early on. Those are Flag Officer and Blue Sky Sill as they work through that first turn. And Virgin Island Nice cuts the corner and grab the lead away from Mr. Business. 22.87 seconds. It's an honest tempo out there over this good going. And it's Virgin Island Nice who starts the backstretch journey in front by just a neck. Mr. Business on the outside applies some pressure. They're 4.5 clear of Metal Church Holloway. They race together 3rd and 4th. Length and a half after that to Silver Punch, who travels nicely in 5th. Al Rashik starts to move up on the outside from 6th. Silver Punch can try to go with that one. Then comes So-So, also making up some ground. Flag Officer from the back, dropping back second last Speaker's Lobby, and it's about 5 or 6 more to Blue Sky Sill. 46.68. So they've been going at it up top, Virgin Island Ice and Mr. Business, but company is coming. Here comes Al Rashik sweeping up on the outside now into second. Silver Punch now third. Moving up Flag Officer coming with a run to the far outside as they wind around the turn. Mr. Business had to work there with that long shot early. Now trying to fend off many contenders. Al Rashik is second. Holloway toward the inside. In and amongst horses is Silver Punch. Flag Officer, Speaker's Lobby's even underway. As they come to the top of the lane, Mr. Business trying to see it out for another furlong. Has a length and 3/4 lead over Al Rashik. Silver Punch down toward the inside, then Flag Officer and Speaker's Lobby down the far outside. Mr. Business is still there. Mr. Business a length and a half. Speaker's Lobby from out of the pack up to second. Mr. Business won it by a length and a quarter in the end. Speaker's Lobby was second. Third went to Al Rashik. Fourth, I believe, was Flag Officer. Three, 5, 9, 4. And 5th place to the again 3, 5, 9, and 4, the unofficial top 4 placings. Final time there 144.50 seconds. Again, the running order on the tote board 3594. 3594, the unofficial order posted. There we go. Number 6, So was 5th. 3594 and 6. Price is on the board, $9.20 on the win for Mr. Business. Mr. Business, your 7-2 winner. 4-year-old chestnut colt by Flame Away out of Caliente was bred in California by Porta Pia Stable LLC. Francisco Alanis, the winning owner and trainer. Marcos Meneses aboard for the winning ride. On the front end there for Mr. Business. Price is on the board. The exacta $63.30. Trifecta $159.05. A dime super $97.35. Daily double $24.50. The pick three $14.45. Pick four $35.65. The only pick five $727.40. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over to the upcoming 6th race. A total of $455. Race 6 is coming up next in just 20 minutes. Race 6 on the main track at 7 furlongs. No scratches or changes in this field of 8. Post time coming up in 20 minutes for the late pick 4.
Race 6 is going to start our late pick fourth, an 8-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, set at 7 furlongs on the main track. Looks like this race sets up for the morning line favorite, the number 5, who's taking a huge drop in class from that 4th place finish in a first off the layoff against an optional 32 and 2X field. She ran 5th as the post time favorite the start before that, which was in April, awful layoff. She was 5th in the Wayward Last back in January. So yeah, this looks like a claim and win scenario for Connections, who've gotten Camacho to ride today. And he's gotten her to the winner's circle in the past. They took an optional 32 and 2X in February of 2024 together. The number 8 is Timely Reward, making a first start for Arthur Agostini. She won her Tampa debut wiring a 5-claimer here in November, and then in start 2, bumped up into an optional 12 starter 8. She just proved to be outmatched. Long Gone Sally lived up to her name, and that win was a 3rd in a row, as she'd previously won an N2L here and an 8 and 3L by 8.5 lengths ahead of that December 26th start. I think back into open claimer company, Timely Reward, who had been game against optional 20 competition earlier in the season at Gulfstream, is a contender. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 1. That is Ship It, who's making a first off the claim start for Juan Arriagada. She's run 3rd in both starts she's had here this meet, beaten 4 in the first off the layuff against a 10-claimer field, having previously run 2nd back in October in an optional 10 and 1X at Fairmount Park. Then in start 2, dropped in for 62.50. She lost all chance at the start, got bumped, a bumper card rather, between horses out of the gate. And I was really impressed that she still contended and was beaten just a length and a half there in the end. That's tenacity, especially when you also factor in that that start was on a 7-day wheelback. So I'm going to go 5-8-1 in race 6, which again starts our late pick 4.
The horses onto the track, post breeding for today's sixth race starts the late pick four. An $8,000 down to $7,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over that fast main track. Field of 8 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes in today's sixth. We offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We have a super high five carry over $455. This race starts at pick 3. It starts the final pick 4 on today's card. 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, our late pick 4, is just 2 minutes away. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6. Started the late pick 4. Field of 8 at the 7 furlong gate. And your 2-1 co-favorites numbers 5 and 8. DRF odds prediction has the 5 the probable favorite at post time, but co-favorites right now. As Ship It moves in down to gate 1. Easy Come, Easy Go is going to be next, along with Captured Darling. Here's Star of Saturn, Alex Gonzalez for Alejandro Mendieta. The New Beginning coming up. As we just await the final few runners, Lizzie Baby, Novelli, and Timely Reward will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 4 on a Wednesday. Here's Novelli, Jose Batista to gate 7. Final 2, Lizzie Baby, Timely Reward. We'll be ready to roll. Here's Lizzie Baby, Hubert Villagomez, Timely Reward, Marcos Meneses. Marcos has a winner today. Timely Reward going to be the last one to join the line. Going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start toward the inside. Capture Darling and Ship It both out well from their inside draws. Timely Reward out wide, and Novelli also close up. Timely Reward going to be quickest of them all as they come out of the chute and onto the main course. Novelli away second, down to the inside. Capture Darling now back third. The New Beginning moves up in fourth. Ship It, who broke sharply, settles fifth. Easy Come, Easy Go rallies to that one's outside. The two at the back early on, A Star of Saturn and Lizzie Baby as they work through that first quarter mile. And it's Timely Reward from the outside, bet down to even money. Timely Reward opens up 4. Novelli in that second position. Down toward the inside comes The New Beginning. Easy Come, Easy Goes fourth between runners. Then comes Ship It down toward the fence. Length more back to Capture Darling. Then a space of 3 to Star of Saturn and Lizzie Baby. Timely Reward. Free Will in on the front end. Marcos Meneses and Timely Reward. Now Easy Come, Easy Go coming from out of the pack to chase this one is drawn to within 2 lengths. It's Timely Reward, but Easy Come, Easy Go is galloping right up alongside. Down to the inside, Ship It also has some good momentum, is saving every inch of ground as they come around to the top of the stretch. Timely Reward confronted by Easy Come, Easy Go. These two into the lane. Ship It with a gap down toward the inside. Things getting tight there, and Ship It trying to come through. It's Ship It and Easy Come, Easy Go. These are the two that go on. Timely Reward now back in third. 2 more then to Capture Darling in the 4th spot, but a final 16 to go. Easy Come, Easy Go. Ship It on the inside is back to second. Easy Come, Easy Go. Sammy Camacho wins it a length and a half, almost 2 in the end. Ship It was second, up for third. Capture Darling over Timely Reward. 51286. 2-1 second choice, the winner. Second to the number 1 ship it at 6-1. Third number 2 capture darling at 50-1. Your even money favorite timely reward fourth. Results are official. 5128 official sign on the board. $6.20 on the win for Easy Come, Easy Go as Jackie Sammy Camacho doubles up on today's card. Easy Come, Easy Go to the winner's circle for the 5th time in her career. Easy Come, Easy Go. 7-year-old Gray Roan mare by Midnight Storm out of Chatty's on Top was bred in Kentucky by Liberty Road Stables. Paula Capestro, the winning owner. Ronaldo Richards, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho riding double. And Easy Come, Easy Go, victorious here in today's 6th race. The exact to $20.90. Trifecta $99.80. The dime super $87.78. Daily double $11.10. Pick 3 $30.65. Pick 4 $38.15. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $3,779 to the upcoming 7th race. Race 7's in 28 minutes at 3:25 p.m. Scratch the 11. Field of 10 on turf. Post time in 28 minutes. Couple of claims out of today's 6th race. Number 1 ship it was claimed in a 3-way shake. Goes to owners Susan Arnett, trainer Jan Arnett. Jan Arnett claims the 1. The winner, number 5, was claimed. Goes to Juan Arriagada, owner trainer.
Race 7's a 25 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going a mile in the 16th on the turf. The number 2, War of Destiny, is in here for Mark Casse. All starts, save for one, have been on the Tapeta at Woodbine. They actually thought enough of this boy to debut against Stakes Company in the display. He was a speed and fade, was still only beat 6 3/4 lengths there in the end. Fast forward, they tried turf for the first time back in July. Course was listed as good. Race was just 5 furlongs and an optional 50 N2L. Had a bad start from the rail. Pace was hot, 21-4, 44-4, and the winner next got beat just 3 3/4 lengths in the Vice Regent Stakes. Runner-up ran second again, this time against an optional 40 N2L field. And the third place runner, that was Blazing Bucaro. He was a next out winner, also a stablemate. Now, War of Destiny next ran fourth after showing speed. Tired after going pretty quick, finished fourth, beating 5 1/4, and might have been a bit better had he not got in tight as horses came closing in terms of those beaten lengths. But yeah, I dropped into this spot stretched out. I think he can carry that foot better, especially freshened up and on a turf course. You got Morales aboard. The number 6, Da Boom, ran a good second last out back in the barn of James DeMitt. Close to get within 2.5 of Aegon Targaryen, who had wired over the mile. So Da Boom, he's now getting more ground to work with. And yeah, he is bumping up technically, but he had also run well here against Allowance N1X Company last meet. Finished 10th, but it is about the beaten lengths, and he was just 5 1/4 off Factor Analysis, who was then in the barn of Chad Brown. This was back in February, going 9 furlongs. And that was after not even getting clear sailing. Now, Factor Analysis had put up an 85 buyer the start prior, winning a main special weight here by 4 3/4 lengths. And that race also included a San, who was a next out winner of another allowance here, put up a 78. So really good company. So second back out for the barn with more ground. I think Da Boom could make some noise. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 1, that is Fortunate Rider. Brady and Marin make a potent team, and they won with this boy back on December 13th as the post-time favorite, dropping in from a good 4th place finish against Maine Special Weight Company at Gulfstream in October, which was also his first try and second career start overall. That race was won by our superhero, trained by Mark Casse, who next wired a Florida-bred optional 20 N1X, put up an 81 buyer. I think this boy has dimension, so even if he has to rate, he's still going to be game to make a run. They'll make it 2-6-1 in race 7.
The horse is stepping out of the course. Post parading for today's seventh race, $25,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on that good Tampa turf. Scratch the 11, a field of 10 remain in. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $3,779. So we start the final pick 3 on today's card. We're 7 minutes from post time. 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses now making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We have 2 minutes to post time. Approaching the starting gate. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th. Late pick 3 ready to commence. Field of 10 and a mile and a 16th. Your slight 5-2 favorite, number 2, War of Destiny. 3-1 on the 6 to Boom. 7-2, Fortunate Rider, who's the first to load in. Here's to Boom out to gate 6. So the 3 favorites rather, loading as the first 3. War of Destiny moving in. Here's Music Jewel, 36-1 to gate 7. Laird of Magnolia, Antonio Gallardo to gate 3 at 11-1 right now. Here's We Got This. It's the biggest price in the field, 64-1. 645 goes in, Silver Ore goes in, waiting on Ragman, and West Hampton will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 3. West Hampton and Ubardo Cacique to the outside draw. Going in, they're in the gate. And the race is on. 6:45 through the head right when they sprung the latch, came away toward the back. Good start in the center for Ragman. Down along the inside, Fortunate Rider. War of Destiny is close up and working over from the outside, West Hampton, and We Got This as they come into the stretch for the first time. It's We Got This, West Hampton, down at the fence, Fortunate Rider, War of Destiny. Those four right across the course. That quartet goes 2.5 ahead of Silver Ore. Down on the inside of that one, Ragman. The two grays racing together in the second flight. Then a big gap, 3.5 back to DeBoom. Music Jewels to that one's outside. Then comes Laird of Magnolia, and the slow start has 6:45 at the back early on as they sort themselves out up top. And it's War of Destiny and Pablo Morales who make the lead. War of Destiny through an opening quarter, 22.59 seconds, pressed on the outside by West Hampton. It's a length and a half more to Fortunate Rider, who stays toward the inside, a joint third along with We Got This, who's right to his outside. Length more back to DeBoom, Music Jewel. Those two both start to move in tandem as they move up to third and about sixth, respectively. Music Jewel, the one going all the way up to challenge the leaders. 48.23 seconds, so they really slowed it down. That explains why the back markers got closer, as up on the front end, War of Destiny. Between horses, West Hampton, Music Jewel out on the far outside. Meanwhile, Fortunate Rider continues to bide his time, fourth toward the inside. A length and a half more back to DeBoom, who settles fifth on the outside, three deep. In between horses, We Got This. Ragman's toward the inside. Laird of Magnolia is starting to uncoil. Is moving up to the far outside, 6:45. The entire field's within about 5.5 lengths as they come to the top of the stretch. War of Destiny just in front. Down on the, or right to that one's outside is West Hampton. Three deep, Music Jewel. Far outside, DeBoom. 6:45 looking for a seam down at the rail. Has some big run trying to get through. The picture changing at the eighth pole. DeBoom on the outside. 6:45 got through. 6:45 and Sonny Leone up the fence. DeBoom. Ragman late on the scene. 6:45 overcame the tough start to win it at 6-1. DeBoom was second. Ragman third. Music Jewel was fourth. Four, 6, 5, 7, and 2. 4, 6, 5, 7, 2. 6:45, 6-1 winner. Do take note, there is an objection, but it does not affect the top 5 finishers. The rider of the 3, Laird of Magnolia, alleging interference against the 9, Silver Oregon. Both these horses were unplaced in terms of the wagering, so the objection does not have anything to do with the top 5 finishers. 3 against 9 is the objection, but again, it does not affect the top 5 finishers. Again, the objection is 3 against 9. It does not affect the placings. Do take note, the stewards are going to go official because the wagering interests are not affected by this objection. The top 5 will go official. Again, the objection is 2 horses that finished off the board, 3 against 9. So the top 5 will go official shortly here. 6:45. $6.45, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Lauban out of Aristra was bred in New York by Sequel Stallions and Lakeland Farm. Mike Deeney, the winning owner and trainer. It's a riding double for jockey Sonny Leone. Again, results are official. There is an objection, but it is the pair of unplaced runners, so the wagering can go official here. 15.40 on the win for 6:45. The exact to 23.40, trifecta $112.45. The dime super $134.22. Daily double 22.40. The pick 359.60. Nobody had the super high 5, so we're gonna have a nice carryover of $6,273 into the 8th race. Race 8's coming up at 7 furlongs. It's in the 22-minute range at 3:57. Jockey change on the 7, questionable decisions make the rider Daniel Centeno. Field of 9 set to go in race 8, late double time in 22 minutes.
Race 8 is a main 25 for 3-year-old filly says 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 6 Norwegian Wood was my top pick when she debuted in that main 16 back in December. She was 15 to 1 on the morning line, but went off as the post time favorite. I don't think that was because of me. I think there was a word out on her. And I do think there's a good chance she would have won that race had she not had the bad start from the gate. Then she went a bazillion wide around the turn for home. Now, in the end, she came up just a length and a quarter short. And I know while the top two didn't do much in their next start, the last place Noble Annie, she did switch to grass and she won a main 16 out of there. So, well, Norwegian Wood is now bumping up for 25. You know, being 3, now she's getting first-time LASIK. She also gets to stretch to 7 furlongs here. Why did I like her on debut? Simply because she hails from a very potent family, that of Grade 1 winners Seattle Meteor and Declassify, just to name 2 who you would actually see on her page itself. But the extended tree includes the likes of Into Mischief and Beholder, so we'll see if she can improve here in start 2. The number 4, More Vino Rosa, is in for Kathleen O'Connell, making a second career start with first-time LASIKs also. She showed speed from a wide draw in the debut, going 6.5 at the level, eventually tired to 3rd, but I thought that was a good effort. The winner was a well-meant firster for Bennett, who rolled from the back of the pack to prevail by a half length. There have been 4 to run back, 3 in the money. The runner-up, Precious Cat, who was part of the pace, she next won at the level by a length and a half, and the better of Runtown. The 4th place, Lookin' Lovely, next ran a close 3rd in main 16, stretched to 2 turns for Bennett. And then, you know, I think second out with more ground, this daughter of classic winner Vino Rosso, she could get the job done here with experience. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 7, that is Questionable Decisions, who's trained by Bennett. She, too, is going the LASIKs route now that she's 3, and she's put in 2 back-to-back Shoto finishes since being dropped into the main 25 ranks. 2 back at Gulfstream, she had the far outside post, sat just off the pace, but didn't have enough to hang on there for second. The winner was next Well Beaten, but it was in the juvenile filly sprint there at Gulfstream. The runner-up, Authentic Wave, she next got blinkers and won a main special weight ahead of a 6.25 length romp over an optional star 25 field. Now, last out, which was back on opening day for Questionable Decisions, she got bumped out of the gate, and it was already a tough assignment with a wider draw and the race being just 5.5 furlongs. 6 of the horses to run back from that one next did so in the money. La Chismosa, the winner, she next ran second in for 20 here at Tampa. And Precious Cat, who I already talked about before, she got beat just a half length in that November 29th main 25 and then won by that length and a half over Runtown. Mucho Macho Lady, who had run 6, she next won that December 12th main 16 in which Norwegian Wood had the bad start. So yeah, this is another who deserves another chance and should appreciate some more ground again. And I would also say, do not ignore the other Kathleen O'Connell runner. Yeah, she was beating double digits both times she's been on dirt, but both dirt starts were also at the main special weight level. The first at just 5 furlongs at Monmouth. She is by Country House, so I think more ground is in order. And then she was a speed and fade at Delaware Park going that mile, so that was also first-time blinkers. She's never raced on our main track, but the tab looks good. Again, I would use her, especially off a confidence-building 4th place finish at the main 32 level here on the grass going a mile. She set a good trip, got the lead for a beat, so again, would want my tickets, but as far as the official top 3, 6, 4, 7, and would use the 8 in race 8.
On to the track for today's eighth race. We start the late daily double here. It's a $25,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 7 furlongs. No scratches. A jockey change on the number 7 questionable decisions. Make the rider Daniel Centeno. Race 8 offers a field of 9 at that 7/8 distance. Daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We have a super high five carryover of $6,273. Nice super high five carryover here into this field of 9. Post time for the 8th in 6 minutes. Attention race fans, we have a late scratch here in today's 8th race. On advice of the track veterinarian and by order of the steward, scratch number 1, Holy Spicy. Number 1, Holy Spicy is a late scratch. Refunds on all win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, and super combinations involving this runner. If you had that horse in the late pick 4, 5, or 6, you'll receive the post-time favorite for that combination. There will be a consolation daily double and pick 3. A late scratch, number 1, Holy Spicy is a late scratch. Again, a late scratch here of number 1, Holy Spicy. A late scratch. Number 1, a late scratch. Again, late scratch here of number 1, Holy Spicy, late scratch. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. Field of 8 set to go 7 furlongs here. The post time favorite 6 to 5 on the 7 questionable decisions. Our Lady Donna D, the first to move forward. Again, a late scratch in this post parade for the number 1, Holy Spicy. Here's Norwegian Wood coming up. Ripple to gate 3. Marcos Meneses on board. Questionable decisions goes in. Here's more Vino Rosso and Country Embrace. The final pair are going to be Great Actress and Runtown. Will be all set for a start here in today's 8th race, the late daily double. Runtown to the outside. Joe Trejos on board. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Great Actress in the center, flashing some speed. Ripple is close up early on and driving through Norwegian Wood. Also, they're part of the early mix, and Country Embrace from the outside. As they sort themselves out here, they're 4 in a line. Country Embrace out wide, questionable decisions. Great Actress and Ripple, those 4 right in a line. A length and a half in front of Runtown. Then comes Our Lady Donna D. The 2 at the back there, more Vina Rosa and Norwegian Wood. But the 8 of them only separated by about 4.5 lengths as they work up the back stretch. It's Great Actress and Country Embrace, 22.85 seconds. Those two now merge up 1-2. They've got a length and 3/4 ahead of questionable decisions up on the outside into third. Runtown's fourth on the far outside as Ripple starts to drop back a touch in the red colors, fifth at the fence. Then comes Our Lady Donna D. It's a length and a half more to more Vino Rosso, and Norwegian Wood continues to trail. Here's questionable decisions. The odds-on favorite right up alongside of Country Embrace. Runtown trying to follow the favorite's move as they come to the quarter pole. Questionable decisions just in front of Runtown, who's within a half length on the outside. Country Embrace now 2 lengths back in third. Length and a half more to Our Lady Donna D. Norwegian Wood trying to launch from the back. Questionable decisions into the stretch. Bumps it out to a length and a half now. Runtown lugging in a touch, trying to straighten out and try to come after this leader once again. Questionable decisions to the 16th pole. The lead is still 2. Runtown trying her heart out. She's second best right now. Our Lady Donna D is third. Questionable decisions. An easy winner here, won it by 4.5, 5 in the end. Runtown was second, then came Our Lady Donna D. Norwegian Wood finished fourth. Seven, 9, 2, 6, and 8. 7, 9, 2, 6, 8, the unofficial order. 124.51 the final time. Results are official. $3.60 on the win for questionable decisions. Questionable decisions to the winner's circle. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Gervin out of La Concerto is bred in Florida by Janet Irwin. Mr. Pug LLC and JPG2 are the winning owners. Gerald Bennett, The winning trainer, Daniel Centeno, aboard for the Pickup Mount win. It's questionable decisions, victorious in today's 8th race. The exacta $10.50, trifecta $35.80, the dime super $32.48. Reminder the one was a late scratch, so you did get that horse in the post time favorite for the late pick 4, 5, and 6. And the post time favorite was the winner, so you do move on if you had combinations in those sequences through the one. Pick 3, $24.05, daily double $21.60, and the high five was hit for $1,466.80. Today's ninth and final race is in 26 minutes at 4:32 p.m. Race number 9 on the turf at 5 furlongs. Good old-fashioned turf sprint coming up next. Number 1 is +1. Scratch the 11. A field of 10 set to go. Post time for the ninth and final. We'll wrap up the card in just 26 minutes.
Race 9 is for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be sprinting 5 furlongs on the turf. Salty race. Going to go with the number 9, Oh Darlin' on top, making a first off the bench for Jose Gallegos. You got Camacho aboard. This girl, she's been on the bench since running 7th, beaten 6th in an optional 40 and 2X at Laurel, going 6 furlongs. Spiteful Sis was also in that race. She tired of 4th after contesting the pace and was in off a win over a restricted allowance field, going 5.5, in which she'd wired. Now, as for O'Darlin, that was a second off the layoff. In the first, she ran second in an optional 50 and 2X, going 5.5 furlongs, pressed the pace, got the lead, but could not hold off Cavalier Cupid, who next got beat 2 lengths in the Autumn Day Stakes. Second to last runner in that September 4th start was Bahamian Moon, and I'm a huge fan of hers. More on her in a minute. But yeah, the other thing I would point out about O'Darlin is that she hadn't been on turf since October of 2024 when she made that September start, and she had been in some really fast turf races at the optional 62 level that year, ones where the opening quarter was sub 21, sub 43 halves. So the hope is that if she's fresh and ready to roll, she can, at this level, be right there to take advantage of any hooking and cooking. Now, the number 2 is Bahamian Moon. Such a cool horse. She's run in the money on this course in 9 of 13, including last out after dueling on the lead against the boys. Winner, who got up and drew off to a 3.5 length score, was Fluid Situation, who had run third to her at the level last year. That was Bahamian Moon's first start back on turf since September, as she had a synthetic start between. And that last turf start was the September 4th race at Colonial, where O'Darlin finished second and she was 8th. But she was in that race off just a nose defeat at the optional 50 and 2X condition there, where she nearly wired. But yeah, I think she could be tighter here today, and back against the girls, extremely tough. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 5, Aneda, making a first start for Michelle Castillo. Last time she raced was in November. That was a 5.5 furlong turf sprint at Laurel against optional 40 and 2X company. Finished last, but was beaten just 5 lengths after ground loss. The winner was Missoula, who next got beat 4.5 in the Abundancia Stakes at Gulfstream, and the 5th place Golden Rocket was a next out winner on dirt, but still won an optional 20 starter 12. The 8th place runner, that was Mary Q. She next got beat a nose on the dirt at Parks in a PA bred restricted optional 50. Now, start prior to that, Aneda, she was well beaten in 9th, but she was running Sans Lasix in the Sensible Lady Turf Dash at 6 furlongs, and the winner was Tupi, who had started the year with a grade 3 win and went on to run 6, beating 3 3/4 in the aforementioned Autumn Days. The runner-up, Life, Love, and Laughter, who had won 2 back-to-back stakes before the Sensible Lady, she ran 3rd in the Autumn Days. And we also saw the 4th place Flamingo Way next put up a 93 buyer figure, scoring an optional 62 at Gulfstream, ahead of getting beat a length and a half in the Abundancia. So this was a good group, and Aneda was in there off a win over restricted allowance company, going 5 furlongs at Penn National. So a game mare, and Ho knows her well. He's won on her multiple times, including stringing together a natural hat trick last summer, which included the Lebanon Valley Stakes. She has also won 6 of 9 starts at this distance. So let's see how she takes to Tampa, well, in for 32. Gonna go 9-2-5 in race 9, and I'll check you back here on Friday.
Horses on the track, post printing for today's 9th and finals. We get set to close out day number 22 of the season. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up, will be sprinting at 5 furlongs on the turf. The turf listed as good, the rail out at 22 feet. Scratch the 11, a field of 10 remain in. Number 1 is plus £1. Race 9 offers exact the trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be out the post for this turf sprint in 8 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's ninth and final 2 minutes away. Fans, just a reminder, today's ninth race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs for the afternoon. We'll be back at it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Don't forget Saturday, Skyway Festival Day. The Gasparilla, along with the Wayward Lass Stakes headlining the card. Simulcasting continues after this race downstairs on the first floor, Poker at Silks Poker Room, and happy hour special starting at 5 at both Legends and Silks. Our ninth and final race in 2 minutes. The horses making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 22 of the season. Back at it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Field of 10 here. Turf sprinting at 5 furlongs. True Spun the first to load in at 19-1. Your post-time favorite 9-5 on the 7 Duboff. Here's Bohemian Moon. Loves the turf course here at Tampa Bay Downs. Duboff the favorite going up. Samuel Marin for Greg Sacco. Here's Explosive Lady. Spiteful Sis is going to be next. So Sophia, Pablo Morales. Oh Darlin, Sammy Camacho. They're the next two. The final two going to be Anaita and Lady Frost to the outside. We'll be all set to start today's ninth race. Ready to close the show here on a Wednesday. Lady Frost, Huber Villagomez to the outside draw. Going in. They're in the gate. Couple of them acting up there, and popping the gate open was number 3, Explosive Lady. The assistant starter held on to the horse. The jockey stayed in the gate there. Sonny Leone back behind the gate now. The horse gets a look over from the veterinarian. Looks like Sonny going to hop back on board. Everybody else still standing in the gate as Explosive Lady comes up to once again complete the line. Going in. All set. And the race is on. Spiteful Sis out quickly, down toward the inside, Bohemian Moon. Admiral Hopper in that front flight, but Spiteful Sis clears off a length in front. Bohemian Moon up from the outside, Oh Darlin, also Duboff right there in that next group as Admiral Hopper settles back 5th. It's a break of 2 more lengths then. Back to Anaita, who moves up to the outside of Explosive Lady. Another length to Lady Frost. The two at the back early on, True Spun, and so Sophia. As Spiteful Sis barrels toward the far turn, a length in front of Duboff in the second position. They've got a length and 3/4 in front of Bohemian Moon, 21.32 seconds. They're rolling right along past the quarter pole. Spiteful Sis, a half length now. Duboff, rider just took a look over his shoulder looking for competition. There's still a length and a half in front of Bohemian Moon. Then comes Oh Darlin. Admiral Hopper down the outside. Spiteful Sis, Duboff coming up within a neck now on the outside. And here's Duboff trying to get to Spiteful Sis, who digs in on the inside. Spiteful Sis on the inside. Duboff, they've been 1-2 throughout. On the outside, Duboff getting the better of Spiteful Sis. Lay Duboff to win it here. Spiteful Sis second. Oh Darlin third. Admiral Hopper, I think, got up to grab 4th from Bohemian Moon. Seven, 8, 9, 6, and 2. Series of 8-1 runners underneath this 2-1 favorite, Duboff. Results are now official. $6 on the win. To the winner's circle, the winner of today's ninth and final, number 7, Duboff. She's a 4-year-old Bay filly by Handsome Mike out of Market Madness. Was bred in New Jersey by Kelly Lupton. Cal-Ram Racing LLC and William Sacco are the winning owners. Greg Sacco, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride. Duboff victorious here in today's ninth and final. As the sun sets on another Wednesday card here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bring you prices. That exacta $23.50. Trifecta $62.20. The dime super $84.04. Late double a pair of 7 $6.80. Late pick 3 $36.55. Late pick 4 $82.45. Late pick 5 $392.95. Nobody had the super high five, so $3,482 will go into the first race on Friday with 7 or more betting interests. In the ultimate six, $503.20 for your 20-cent pick six. The jackpot rolls on up to $6,800 plus. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Wednesday. Hope you make plans to join us when live racing returns on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this coming weekend. Simulcasting does continue downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on our third floor. And happy hour specials at Legends and Silks on floors 2 and 3, respectively. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back when live racing returns on Friday. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.